Savoir-faire. No. I got shot in the hip, which is a -1.
Goodbye, officer.
Alright. Get other people dancing?
Yo, man. What's on your mind? Suspicious people are esoteric people. We don't go around spilling everything to Johnny Law. They don't call me Noid for nothing. It took us setting out for this whole enterprise to get our signs synced. It's short for paranoid. It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious of.
I'll check and see if I
I'm
can.
not suspicious of sound and colour. Mechanics and chemistry also have a trueness about them. Most anything else deceives. Wants to steal your life away.
This is a good, dangerous line of questioning. You should prod him on.
I don't have a top 10 list of things I'm most suspicious of, but if I had one, the left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment, the pig-wheat paradigm.
What?
Something is off here. You feel like it should be the other way around.
No, politics is an inert complex of daily corruption and inane think pieces. The real paradigm is economic, and it concerns pig and wheat. This is where the innovation happens. It's only a theory, but I suspect they're breeding a pig-wheat hybrid. Probably in Grad.
What?
It's our only shit. We should make better use of not being animals or cereal grain ourselves. Nothing. Animals are cool, guys. I like animals too, but that doesn't mean I have to be one myself. I prefer not to. Both ask the wrong questions. Any spark of light from either one is accidental. Their combined movement's only concern is producing enough pig and wheat for everyone. The end goal of humanity. The original mistake was assuming that words have more being than bodies. That's what led us astray. Far from our true lives, but we may yet find a way back.
Whatever this true life is, you feel it's the real centerpiece of this mythology.
Mental illness is a term the powers use to homogenise people. I think I don't reach mental illness. I am merely politically ill, a suspicious element.
Politically ill?
It's our only shit. We should make better use of... Yes, having food is means to an end. But the left never talks about the end, only the means. Caps are likewise suckers, constantly sleepless in worry. It's our... Correct.
His eyes flicker.
The life is true if it's free from fear.
Ooh, this is back to the
Eternal division
return.
among oneself. And others, mankind has seeds of greatness in it. A germinal will come, a return to trueness. It will be hardcore.
Hardcore!
Beats and bright lights to shatter falsehoods. Nerve impulses for the collective body. We are very much alike in basic structure. An hard enough beat would awaken everyone to a truer calling. In unity.
Just like that. The speed freak is right in your face. His eyes burning. His comrades look on worriedly. The young man is dead serious about this. Rejection of the right-left axis. Emphasis on unity. Appreciation of some primordial mode of being. What does that remind you of?
Nationalism, militarism, racism, and emphasis on a leader character are totally absent in hardcore.
He picks up a wrench and scratches his head with it, unaroused by fascism.
Utmost dedication. Thoughts from the spinal cord.
Huh.
It's a potent superlative as well.
The term also signifies certain varieties of
I'm a little
pornography
worried about that
depict
fascism thing.
penetration, just so you know.
I don't want to agree with fascism.
Egghead usually has a better concept of the hardcore. He just really likes saying hardcore.
Hardcore!
Hardcore.
That's a
Whatever.
pretty hardcore coincidence, don't you think?
Yeah!
Many non-Occidental cultures share a beat at their art. Thus, they are closer
Returning to a
true
mythical truth is
hardcore
Fascism
life.
101, yeah.
There's just never been enough of them, and they had to rely on some extremely basic percussion. Oh yeah, sure thing.
Oh.
Aggressive,
Are you
monotonous,
fucking
but also
kidding me?
somehow sacred, primitive, yet futuristic, like a machine, man.
Wow.
Nothing exists but the here and now.
Literally
All
the
are one.
worst.
One purpose.
I can't even
All
max
you've
it out
managed
anymore.
is a list. The parts
We'll
don't
never
form
not
the whole.
along we'll never not along to hardcore. Wow, that's a damn shame.
Dead body, spirit entered. What is there to talk of? The mass murderer? Why?
97% would fail. Yeah.
Are you a commie cop? Then that's why. Communism's just a bloody humanism, if you ask me. Has her love all over it. She invented the beauty you're feeling. She and her glass cutters and
I mean,
iconographers.
no, there's
You
there's a
set
way
the
to do it, but
standard,
it's not
alright?
worth the time to do it.
Then you meet it. It's effective like that, but it is also very soft of core. That so-called beauty of hers. In the true life of tomorrow, every woman will be an innocence. They will wear neon headbands and leggings, and they will glow in the dark.
Sounds like the 80s.
But you don't like that. You liar. You like this one. The softness of her core is dear to you.
Okay. Sure.
Damn, that sucks.
Welcome back. Ouch. I did notice you limping, but I thought maybe it was your thing or something. When I was 16, I used to date this guy who had a limp, but it only showed when he was sober. So I guess it wasn't real or something. I don't know. Anyway, shot in the leg. I'm sorry. Man, that must suck.
It does suck.
Hey, her innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers, remember? You have the revolutionary soldier figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back. So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figurines are for.
Okay? I guess
The
let's do
mother
that.
of humanism stands above you. A precious and complex wax painting. Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else? I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to other things already. Only a strange little sadness remains. The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane of glass.
Yes.
Very
what is it?
soon, yes. We're just checking the last bit of this, and then we're gonna try to dance.
Good morning, comrade!
Alright. Let's see what says-a-faire clothes I have to try to dance. What am I looking for? Yellow? Do I literally have nothing for this? One thing, the glasses. Am I wearing anything that minuses it? Pants are -1. Do I even have other pants? I don't think I found any other pants. I did. I found one pair of pants. Wait, where'd those pants go? Where did those pants go? There they are.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something, soft yet crinkly. Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar. Not familiar in a good way, you might say. There's pain in there somewhere.
Okay.
Crinkled chewing gum wrapper. The worn label reads, Tutti Frutti. It smells faintly of apricots with a barely noticeable twinge of cinnamon. Good question. There is no answer or secret phrase written on the inside of the wrapper. Yet you're drawn to it. Drawn by regret. Stop before you hurt yourself with a Tutti Frutti wrapper. Throw it away, please. You carefully fold the wrapper into a square before putting it back into your pocket, lovingly even, despite the strange feeling of regret.
Okay, that was weird.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Our last attempt to dance, y'all.
You close your
We
eyes
dance.
and vacate your skull, leaving your brain to wonder, where did that little fluttering light go?
And we danced with the wave of the ocean romance.
Total
And we danced and we danced and we danced.
You sink down the darkest fathoms of your own personal deep, vertebrate by vertebrate, through the unformed skulls of your mind.
Wait, of my mind or my spine? Because the written says spine, but Reptilian definitely said mind.
Here it will begin.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull ready to pop up and replace the old one. Like shark teeth. The one you're currently in has a little brain forming in
Can
it,
I even try to get Kim to
waiting for
dance?
its turn. To rule the world. I am the spinal cord.
From what I can see, it's about to bust a move.
Really? Did not know that.
Who fucking cares? No, not good. Orgasmic. Oh, don't worry. The music's still there. It's you who is gone. Nothing. Just the immaculate silence of your spinal fluid. Electrified.
It comes to you like a blue whale. You sense it stir the tranquility of the deep. A single note of bass passing through. Then it's gone. Back to El Silencio.
This is where the beat plunged. It will resurface soon.
This is cool.
Brace for glory.
Foolhardy! Do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started spazzing out like 2 seconds ago.
With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso,
Dance like you've never
is
danced
warmth.
before.
You have become a triumph of rhythmoplastics, somewhere in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. The wounds from the war you waged on your body are healing, twist by twist, turn by turn. You have become a flawless interlocking mechanism, a flesh and bone approximation of the throb coming
I
from
know.
the speaker setup of the
But
one
damn,
called
look at them
Influence,
hard style
entirely,
moves.
rigidly imbecilic, without pity or fear. Free from self-awareness, no deliberation, only, and I mean only, execution.
Oh my god! No way!
With his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come, the young man observes your moves for a second.
Ah!
He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into
Oh my god,
darts.
yes.
What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent enthusiasm.
What's going on here? Delinquents.
The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. The light reflects off his glasses, giving him the appearance of a surgeon in the middle of a tense procedure. He's having trouble adjusting to the new reality before him.
What's happening? How the hell are you dancing with that broken leg of yours?
I have become Dance, the destroyer of worlds.
Good for you. Rock on then.
Somehow, you manage to hear him sigh.
What?
Who's the one in charge? You
Yes.
Are you kidding me? Get my what on?
Sheesh, okay.
Okay, you psychopath. I see what you're doing there. It's jacked up footwork, plus some... Is that Ubi folk dancing?
Nah, it's not Ubi folk. It's hardcore.
It's hardcore.
Yeah, whatever.
Sure.
Oh yeah? I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit. I can do age inappropriate. Now, check this shit out.
Oh shit, really?
The lieutenant.
Oh boy, am I
begins
glad
to
we
heel
didn't.
kick the church floor with such intensity, it's reasonable to fear he'll kick a hole right
This is
through
amazing.
it, causing the floor to crack and the pillars to collapse.
Oh, that's
bringing
fucked
the
up.
church roof down on all of you.
I'm so glad we didn't do that.
It doesn't look like he'd give a shit either. Part of him is amazed you're both able to just dance after all these horrifying events in Martin. The young woman lifts her headphones up
I'm trying to get
slightly
everybody
and
to
raises her
dance.
chin, looking at you expectantly.
Wow.
Asil, aren't you going to dance?
No, recording.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back to her own work. She's still at her mainframe, pressing buttons, reading printouts, but she started nodding her head along to the music.
Nice.
The young man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the same dance pattern, embellishing it with some sort of waving motion.
Oh wow, we could have really screwed up.
The authority of the law is clearly unquestionable. The dynamic motion of your flailing body is bordering on the extreme. You're going off the charts. You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive will be a point of no return. Feels almost melancholy. Are you sure you have the entire posse along for this?
Here we go again!
Hardcore fills the air.
The sound above my hair!
The what now?
Above my hair, man!
Okay, this is too imbecilic. Excuse me.
Shivers.
on the coast of the Martinez Inlet, in a small weather-beaten stave church built 380 years ago by settlers from the Occident, most likely to guard against an anomaly at its center. An officer of the RCM is contorting his body into idiotically rigid shapes as he invents the future of dance music. It's the hardest anyone has ever danced.
I am La Rebachelière. I am the city. I am a fragment of the world spirit, the genius Loki of Rebachel. My heart is the wind corridor. The bottom of my air is red. I have 100,000 luminous arms. Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I shake the dust from those leaves and onto your coat. I've seen you. I've seen you. I've seen you with her. And I've seen you without her. I've seen you on the crescent of the hill. The modulations of my voice are noted down.
Man, shivers are so
centimeters
cool.
and parameters. You feel me in your nostrils, on the little hairs on the back of your neck. I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. Everywhere there is space. You are an officer of the citizens' militia, jaunt in rebut. When you wear your coat, you wear my soul. You move through my streets freely, in motor carriages and on foot. You have access to the hidden places. You also circulate among those who are hidden. I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant. I love you.
An officer of the RCM is lying on the floor of a small church with his eyes rolled back and his tongue
Did we
lolling
have
out.
a seizure?
Several others are standing around him. He slowly comes to.
Had a good rest there?
Fuck yeah!
I bet you did. Those were some advanced moves, man.
That's all great, but we should really get going. We spent enough time doing aerobic exercise for today.
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down. Such is his respect.
Man! Now imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000 people.
End of human development. Mission complete.
All right.
You're absolutely beat. Muscles relaxed and feet like noodles underneath.
Goodbye, officer.
That was amazing. I loved it. Phenomenal. Big fan. Alright, now the question is, when do I put on the Fuck the World jacket? Should I put it on now just to get the conversation done before we go into endgame? For like the very final place. Yeah, let's do it now. Fuck the world.
You finally made it, haven't you? People point fingers at you and whisper to each other when you pass by, wondering to themselves, where did that man get such a cool jacket? Did he receive it upon graduating the École Normale Supérieure de Badasserie? Is he dangerous? You are very dangerous, my friend. Dangerous and cool. In fact, no one dares to say a single thing about the jacket. But believe me, they are all very impressed.
How do I get Kim to wear the other jacket? I wanted Kim to wear the other jacket. I'm gonna put all the clothing on just to see all the thoughts from them, probably. I guess I do have the pussy. What was the pussy thing? Oh, it was pussy F-bomb. No, I think because he gave me both jackets and didn't keep it, so I don't think I can do it. Like, if I put this one on... No, it doesn't say anything. Okay. If I put on this hat...
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles with all manner of socio-economic theory. Kraz Mazov would have worn this, Yushenka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo. Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or not, wearing this hat
has made you more communist.
More communist.
Oh, okay. So let's see. Is the raincoat a jacket? There's nothing from that. Is the vest a jacket? If anything pops up anywhere. What is this? Red Bruges? Those are shoes. Not a single thing. Got it. Alright, so that's all the clothing. Nothing special. Okay, let's take our hat off for that hat. This jacket off for our... Where's... Not our commander's jacket. Where's our other jacket? There it is. Take this off for our neck. These glasses off for our encyclopedia. These shoes off for our... Where are those shoes? Perception. Yeah, this is my outfit. Okay. Alright. Cool. That was that. Not gonna wear that, no. I could have been min-maxing this entire time. It's okay. Okay, so that's that. At this point, I'm wondering what I should put my level ups into. I have a few left. Oh, there's one thing I wanted to check, because I did read something. It's nothing important, but there was a mention of something being behind Measurehead. I saw this earlier on, like... I saw this online, actually. Like, I saw, like, a comment about it. That Measurehead, once he leaves, you can get some items from back here. I want to know if that's true or not. I don't see anything. Maybe it was a lie. There's nothing here. I can't. I literally can't go back and talk to him. It's on lockdown. Oh, is she not there anymore? Or... Oh wow, she's not there anymore. Oh man, now that we know that Ruby...
This found A to Z Abandoned. The smell of sick. There's something odd about the passenger. You close the...
There might be something new.
An old monument.
Alright, well. I can't think of a single thing to do. I think it's time to finish the game. I'm gonna make a save here just in case. That's her boat.
Officer Harry, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
You're not limping. You're you. She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
Yeah, you should see the other guys. They're all dead.
So you're a killer. That's good, I guess. I guess. Better than being dead. Hi. I guess you are. I understand that's how it goes. Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
Let me guess. They would have the gun there.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place?
That seems like a good idea.
Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with Ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. Be sad to lose the first one.
That's cool. You boasting your bacterial infection like that.
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye. See, that makes me not want to lend you my skiff. On a boat, rocking leads to capsizing. That there is an absolutely 100% rock-free skiff.
No rocking.
You got that?
Can't rock with my cock out.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Alright, let's go talk to our kids then.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
And that iron. That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And and we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
The fire guy?
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asks to put the fire out. I don't know. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like people to be there. You shouldn't go.
Okay.
Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
Oh.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes. No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
I don't. Goddamn children, dude.
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there. Our father killed himself.
Well, now I feel like an asshole for even asking that question.
Don't say that. He didn't. I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy. There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Interesting. Alright. Let's make a save.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the
I feel
calm
like I should
mirror
equip
of
my
the sea.
gun.
Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number, A72. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Alright. Alright, hold on. Should I try to... Oh wait, where'd it go? Should I go try to do the barbell one last time? Should I try to do the barbell one last time? One last time. Of course, I have to be in front of this stupid-ass building. It's in here, right? Yeah, right there. Alright, physical instrument. Oh. One last try, one last chance. Let's try to do this. Physical instrument. Any physical instrument? What the hell? Had to be at least one. Okay, there's one. The t-shirt. And the tank top. Well, no, the tank top's a +1. It's a +1, but it also shivers. A lot of pain thresholds. No, just that.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog.
Really? The political vision quest wasn't even added in the original? Oh, it's locked. I can't even do it anyway. Oh, I have to wait for another day to do it. Well, never mind. That sucks. Butt cheeks. Disappointed. So disappointed. Alright, legitimate question then, as we're about to go into the finale, the final part, the very end of the game. There's literally nothing left for us to do. Should I just put my skill points into random things, or should I hold on to them for anything? At this point, I probably don't need to hold on to them. If anything, if something's going to come up, I should probably put them onto a few things. Hold on to them? Really? Okay. I trust you. Oh yeah, I can. Also, I'm so close to another level up. Hop on the boat. I did as much as I could.
The skiff floats once you... Have you made... Remember what the net picker said? It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth.
What? Fine. Let's blast SAD FM then.
SAD FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You
There's
seem
my
to
level
know
up.
its frequency by heart.
Do feel like I should probably equip my gun at some point. I love that I'm holding the boombox. Amazing. Just enjoy the ride. So if you do this without pulling out the boombox, is this just a silent trip? I know, imagine not having the boombox. Oh no, Flat! Did you not have the boombox? Okay, thank God. Ooh, okay. Okay, good. Yeah, exactly. Alright, here we go. We'll fight the last island. I feel like I missed a lot, right? And even then, I still feel like we did a lot. This game has so much. I tried to be as thorough as possible. Like, I tried.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
Alright.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Ah, yes, so it seems. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Interesting. I feel like I want to pull my gun out just in case, but we'll see. Inflammable. Interesting.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea. The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away, 102, 105. On the islet, there is almost no wind under the rain quietly falling on the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other. The soft raindrops, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work, of great importance to the few who attend. A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree. The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, the low tide filtered through its grains, a bird tending to its feathers. Raindrops fall on water, strangely quiet, forming circles in the distance. A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
Interesting.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless. A drop of rain falls on a black log of an extinguished campfire.
Below the
Col de
silence.
Mamadakwa.
Ha!
We are way out now. Way out in the west.
That came back around.
Yes? I have. Is that why we're stopping?
The lieutenant nods.
Yes? It is. Is that why we're stopping?
The lieutenant nods.
Yes? It is. Is that why we're...
Oh, okay. There's a few places we can enter. Which is the right choice?
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Wait, what happened? Oh. Well, that's weird. Why did that happen? Did Mix It Up crash? Oh, I think it did. Why did Mix It Up crash? I just noticed it's not open. Well, that's kind of weird. Huh. God damn it. That's so weird. I don't know why it just closed. That's never happened before. There we go. Now it's back. Alright. That was weird. That was kind of weird, but we back in the club.
No, an upside-down star.
With its
Chaos.
holes in the sky. The symbol
Oh
of
god,
the
black
commune.
and white chaos.
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel. Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The Black and White Army of the Revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM may descend from the ICM.
Interesting.
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
There were all sorts of groups and groupuscules back then. It doesn't really matter.
Interesting. Also, I'm guessing I can't get down here. Yeah, so I have to go through here. I'm gonna be exploring this island. Oh boy. There's a lot to inspect.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired. Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Downstairs, somewhere?
A hollow ring. The canister is empty.
Okay.
Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
That is his idea of a joke.
Ow.
A small agony. Minuscule bones may have fractured, but it proves the point. He nods approvingly.
I'm surprised I didn't
He even
take damage
smiles.
there, actually.
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Cool.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive?
Not wrong.
Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering.
Light erotica.
There, it's back to pulp.
Nice.
Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the
maxed out on
radiola on the
conceptualization
floor.
anyway.
Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say. The print in some of these is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight.
Alright, well, we're gonna continue looking at more of this island and this person's belongings when I come back from break. I'm gonna go stretch, take up a small break, stand up, get some water. When I come back, we'll find the fire guy. I hope. See you on the other side. Hi. Hello. I'm back. Mix it up. Overlay is now connected. That's pretty hardcore. Alright. Let us continue our investigation.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
No, I'm
yes,
good.
anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
+2 to empathy. Interesting. Why would they give you an empathy item now? Like a +2 to empathy, too. Fallen Arrower. I feel like a nap is a... No, I guess we could nap.
The offer still stands.
You face the concrete wall.
Let's
There's
listen
less light
into
there
our
corner.
body again.
Like a dog, you lie there. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
Sleep. Where's Kib? What am I doing? Oh, this way. Okay, my overlay's gone. Tab does nothing. Down to the chain? Oh, this chain. Okay.
Dolores Day.
Oh, shit! I'm dreaming.
Internationalism and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This
Give her
one
the
you're
figure.
already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. Let her go? This is the Holy Queen of the territories of Muindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back.
Hey. I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry? Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads. Sometimes, not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
This is everything I always warned you about.
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
The game crashed! What the fuck? Dolores Day, too powerful. Well, let's do this again. Connection to game has been lost. Where's my autosave? Alright, we're gonna have to mash through some dialogue now.
There's a greasy old...
Someone has been squatting.
You
know of it.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. The blank, you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to sleep.
Alright. Make our way back there. Why have to do the whole...
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and okay, but you don't let her go?
Hey. I'm doing really good. Well, I'm in my head sometime.
This is everything I always want.
I'm going to Morova. Just my scepter, my globe cruciger,
back.
A spare silk gown.
I'm shocked. Oh my god, it's
Toothbrush,
Dolores Day.
travel
Can't believe it.
documents, the crown of immortality. Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder, silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Anyway. No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into.
She does not answer. There's that expression again. You have to say something.
The poetry thing is not going to help. It's only going to make things worse. I really have to go. I don't even know how you got here.
I'm sorry. I'm foam. All I can do is foam. It's meaningless.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Ravachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell.
In hell.
Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try it now. With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back. Feels like soft fuzz, a bird covered in down feathers, brushing against your broken capillaries. The world's most precious material, reserved for those she lets close enough to feel it. You are stealing a touch. It's not yours to take. Her chest rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your mouth, her tender soul moving through her lungs. Hidden, distant, kept safe from you. The delicate wreath on her forehead pressing into your temple. This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it.
You should not have listened to me.
Her hand does not return the grip. Her body is
We're
rigid.
an awful person.
A current of unease courses through it. Distrust. For you. The curve
Are we
of her
committing
spine,
sexual assault
her
right
shoulders
now?
Hunched. She keeps herself stiff, her center guarded from your motions, unresponsive to your guidance. Nothing, just pillows against you. Unresponsive, but for the taste of apricots.
Hey, apricot gum, remember that?
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there.
Yeah.
Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
Why did you do that to yourself? You know I don't cheat, Harry. I never cheated on you.
She breathes out heavily, as if something painful has passed through her, and shakes her head.
Stand there like a useless dildo.
She shakes her head one more time. She breathes out heavily, as if something painful has passed through her. She shakes her head. She breathes out She breathes out heavily. It does not. It goes on. Children run in the back alleys. Pigeons take flight. She shakes her head one more time as the evening wind rustles her hair.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see. I'm pregnant.
No.
Of course not. I terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck.
Oh, fuck!
Poverty-stricken fuck.
Holy shit! That's some fucking trauma.
Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No, this has to end. Do the last one. More questions. Ask more.
It's not. But... I don't know why I said but. There is no but. That's it, yes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it.
This is rough.
Just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me too, you know? I used to think I couldn't live without you. But I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight. But it's clear you're still making her sad.
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone. Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2.
Damn, she moved on fast.
It's okay. No, Harry. We can't. We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice, and then give up. By that logic, not you too.
Yes, of course. I'm bourgeois because I don't want to keep hurting you. I don't know. Please. Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
She avoids turning them to you. They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get a hold of herself. Brush.
You know what I mean. A cop. You've worked there for so long you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you. Questions. This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now. It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. You get sad,
Damn,
Harry.
man, we're a sad cop.
Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stayed down for too long. Until you start giving your thoughts names and talking to things.
Wow, this got a little too real for the character.
In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova. We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it. said those things.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
You need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. No summaries. Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too.
Jesus.
Collateral damage. She won't get hurt. She'll bend out of the way.
Please, Harry, I just don't have time for this. Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now? Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept.
Oh, they're all terrible ideas.
There was
We're just
hoarfrost
hurting
on the ground
ourselves.
when I left. On Voyager Road.
We are just self-destructing our own psyche.
It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand. It was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then. Filled to the brim with love for you. Hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants. Smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least.
Whoa!
You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore. Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river. To the aquarium first. I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face. The octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think. Were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me. Talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere in the world. Not
Fuck,
like
man.
Now our interactions are limited to
brutal.
pain and regret. And my crown of immortality? No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, the awful time we wound up having. And the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
A cheap rental with mold on the walls and the tap dripping.
Yes, I have found someone. For whom I can feel the same. A copy of my love for you. Only this time he's careful and rich.
He's rich.
He will not lose me. It will go somewhere. It will grow. Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny? You know what I meant. We're talking about it again. It came up again. This conversation is about that again. It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos. There. You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good. Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodrome.
Don't let her. Don't let her go there. You should redo the topics. Go over everything. The things you didn't say before, too. Make it go on and on.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day? The morning? I don't understand. Oh my God, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive.
That is a fucker. Undiagnosed severe mental illness and drug addiction, for sure.
I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn. Oh, Harry, you shouldn't have done that. Call me like that.
You ruined it. There was still a chance. You should have waited longer. She would have called you instead.
Oh, Harry, do you really think so? We haven't talked in years. I don't want to call you. I don't want to hear from you.
Jesus.
I think of you less and less every year. Weeks go by without me remembering you. Months already. Soon it will be years. Every season that passes, the light gets less
It's
clear.
really funny.
I sit there in Morova, in the holy gratitude of my bliss. I put my hand on my belly and smile.
The air gets cold around you. She looks down on her stomach, then up at you. Her eyes are full of tremendous distance and mystery. Black-eyed dogs wander the alleys. Apple trees hang their bony limbs low over the patchwork of roofs. Red and black. Revachol West, the evening sun. She's left and bloomed, far away from us, our vast soul. It's Dora. That's what the voice said on the phone. Dubois, yes, Dora Dubois.
Why what? Oh no. No. We're not doing that again. Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be...
And this is all taking place inside Harry's mind while he's dreaming. So how much of this is even like how much of this is true? It's an unreliable narrator at this point who's dreaming.
I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Everyone.
Literally all of you.
Great. It's the abyss of the void. Soon it will be the gloaming, then it will be the world ending. My friends are waiting for me on the platform, Harry. It's impolite to...
Oh, that's cool.
What?
I will.
1,000 times you beat an animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane. In your mind, you could still climb inside her bed. Still the only man.
Yes, Harry. I am.
Yeah.
Things have gotten much better for me. Now that I am the ruler of the known world.
All of that, yes.
Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
I am actually very ordinary, Harry. Below this gown and wreath, I have an ordinary soul and ordinary thoughts. The only thing inhuman about me is this thing you've made me into. I'm sorry for saying so, but I just hate it. What is this? My lungs do not glow, Harry. I am just like all the others. None of us have glowing lungs. Stop making me into some kind of
The arches of her brows quiver as she looks you in the eye and backs away from you. You won't do any of that. You can barely make her cry. A warm gust wraps her gown around her waist and between her thighs. All the roads will miss her footsteps when she's gone from here. A completely different world.
It'll pass. Everything does.
Yeah.
That is very contested by modern historians. Very contested. Plus, you're only saying this because things didn't work out between us. I have to go to the aerodrome now. I don't have time to defend myself from these accusations.
Stop making her angry. She won't start loving you again if you call her a mass murderer. Seriously.
You were very bad to me too. We've talked about it like 7 million times now. I don't want to do that anymore. I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
That is not at all what this said.
No, that would only be painful and dull. At the aerodrome, life, love, and laughter are waiting for me. At the cafeteria, dust, hell, and tragic comedy. Light, life, culture. It's so much better than here. Everything here reminds me of you, and the horrible times we had. The nights we stayed up fighting for our dying love. I have to wipe it all off me and be clean again. I want to be a good person again. Not this. Not what you made me into. That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight. I won't see you, but you will see me. Oh, Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago? Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times
Oh,
a
that's
week,
fucking
at least.
brutal.
And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental.
He just keeps having this reoccurring nightmare.
I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And
The
I
chewing
smell
gum.
of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Take the figurine, though. I have the figurine. Yeah, pretty much. Kim, it was awful.
You're up quick. How was your sleep? Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
Oh, damn. That sucks. Damn. That was brutal.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one, a heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle.
Yeah, that scene of
It's
Mario
very
really
small.
hits.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
All right, I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard. The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here. Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
We need to restore power before using this, officer.
We need to
The
find
generator,
fuel
it didn't
for
look
the
like there was fuel in
generator,
it.
then.
We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
The boat engine.
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around, okay?
The console stands by. Mute. Nothing happened. The dial.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications.
Aluminium. Aluminium.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in with a bottle in your hand. Always. Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you, where it has always been. Smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Maybe you know it's going to hurt. In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long. Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth. Oh fuck, yes. Go there in your head. It's been days since you thought about it.
No, it's been about 20 minutes.
No. We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Hold on, there's another door here. Or is that the... No, that's the upstairs door. I was wrong. Okay.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
So where do I find this for the generator? Over here. Not yet. Not yet, at least.
This old cylinder. The heavy metal.
It's got to be out here then. Ow. Yeah, up here. Okay. Found it. Yep, found it.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Moteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain.
Yeah, this is definitely where they took the shot from then.
Commercial area. The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
More than that.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
He looks north, over the fortification.
He's not wrong.
Then at the mattress. He's conflicted for a second. There's guilt there. It takes him a moment to rationalize it away.
Where?
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
"We should move now."
Alright, well, we got the canister, so let's go back in. Someone's watching. Oh, that's great.
This old cylindrical the lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Alright, we've got the generator running. Yeah, pretty much. They can see where we've been and what we've been doing.
A dim golden glow animates.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you. So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here. I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
Don't worry. I have a gun.
Do I have my gun? I have 2 bullets. Should I equip my gun? This is useless at this point. Just in case. Never know. Can you double equip pistols? Hold on. I gotta think about this. Oh yeah, guns a-blazing, baby. I got 2 guns. You feel lucky, punk? Well, do you? You feel lucky, punk. There's a guy up there. Okay. I'm gonna take a break really quick early because I feel like this is gonna be a long... I don't want to start this and then have to take my break. So let's take a break now. And then when I come back, we'll have time to snooze more ads and we can really sit and talk to this man. So yeah, I'll be back in just a few moments. Sit tight. See you on the other side. Hi. Hello. I am back. Let's do this. Let's talk to this man. I have 2 guns out.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
The what now? I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up. My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit. I did. And you opened it. How? I should have burned that console down. Reactionary rock and roll music.
Oh, well.
Playing on the water.
Okay, yeah, it's my fault. Yeah, that makes sense. Listen, I wanted to get my sad rock on.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it's a Triangong 446.
Southeast samurai made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A samurai rifle. How did you get hold of one?
With a 446, which means it takes that ammo.
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Xinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk.
Yo, what's up,
right from the
Axia?
board.
Happy Thursday. Welcome to the finale of Disco Elysium.
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck.
I have only made 3 fascist answers and 31 communist answers. Fuck you.
Have you come to make me one of them?
His right eye twitches. With what? Fear?
Nice.
Rage?
This weekend is Frosty Faustings, by the way. Which, I'm interested in watching some tournaments. I think this is the first actual, like, tournament for Grand Blue.
We have come to ask you questions.
I should have worn the communist
Nothing
hat. That's what I should have done.
If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Yeah, but like not like a big Western tournament yet.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
Mm-hmm. You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
The lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's forehead.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand, he stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness. like a song.
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present to be afraid and cold. Real music. Real Proletkult. That's La Revacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy.
Yeah, I've been there.
Chanson de soldat of the black and white.
One of the most fucked up things is when my grandma passed away. My dad's side, my dad's mom. They're like, my dad's side is Jewish, and it was my first Jewish funeral, and it didn't really hit me until they tasked the family with actually putting the dirt in the ground physically, and they tell you to take a shovel, and it's supposed to be like, what do you call it? Like, it's supposed to be like symbolic. But it's, man, when you're 19 and you're literally burying your grandparent, it's kind of fucked. It's tradition, yeah. It's also kind of fucked. It's oh my god, the two most vivid funeral memories are that, and I had a friend in college pass away in a car accident. I can't remember if she was 21 yet or not, but we had to go to the funeral at the shore, and it was an open casket viewing, and that alone is already kind of fucked up, to just look at a dead body. Especially somebody that, like, you're young and they're young. And we were coping through humor, because she was notorious for snoring. And we even said to ourselves, it looked like she was sleeping. It looked like we were just expecting her to start snoring at any moment. And that wasn't even the most fucked up part. We went back for the funeral. That was the first day. Then we actually went to the funeral the next day. And it was open casket again! I had to see the same dead body twice! God, now thinking about it. I still have the memorial card or whatever they call it. I have it hanging up still. Her name was Liz. She was a good friend. I have her copy of Final Fantasy VIII. And my copy. And her, both jewel case, but her copy has her name written on the back, like in her handwriting. And that was too sentimental for me to ever, like, that's always going to be, like, treasured for me. And the wild thing is, I think about it now, like, that was 12 years ago. It's been over a decade since that happened. It was rough. Like, you know, you're young. We never found out, like, exactly how the car accident happened. But at this point, it's not worth even thinking about. But I've been there. Like, I've always kind of been surrounded by that kind of shit. Like, the very first day I got my car, when I was 17, my aunt dropped off my very first car. It was a 1994 Honda Civic. I had just bought it from a family friend, and the first place I drove my own self to was a funeral for somebody I knew who was murdered, like legitimately murdered. That was a closed casket funeral, but no, yeah, that person had been murdered, and I was 17. They were in with a bad crowd. They had gotten into drugs. I don't know if they ever found out who actually murdered him. But it definitely was something about drugs. Yeah. Been to a funeral for a friend who committed suicide. Been to a funeral for a murder. Been to a funeral for a car accident. Been to a family funeral. Been to a funeral for a person I didn't like. That's a weird one. When you go to a funeral for somebody that you actively do not like, and in the back of your head, you're kind of just like, man, I'm glad he's dead. That's a long story, though, and it's really personal. But it was, not my, they never got married, so it wasn't my stepdad, but it was like my mom's boyfriend, who was just an asshole growing up. Like, this guy sucked. And when he died, it was like, I've always been told, like, you're not supposed to be happy somebody died. But even at 30, what am I, 33? Yeah, I'm 33. This is over. This was like, also like 12. No, this is way more than that. This is like, I don't know, 13 years ago? Even now, I'm still like, man, I'm so glad that guy died. Like, I'm still glad he's dead. I couldn't imagine. I think everybody was happy when Henry Kissinger died, to be fair, Tengu. I just don't feel bad at all. The guy was a drunk. The guy was abusive. The guy was a complete asshole. The guy pulled a shotgun on me, man. Fuck him. That's a story. Yeah, the guy pulled a shotgun on me. It's fucking wild. But let's be honest, chat. You're not my therapist. I'm going to continue playing the game.
You need to address that remark.
It is the anthem of the world revolution. One of 3.
Damn. Damn, Tengu.
In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was some Samaran shit, I guess. Everyone has. They named a fucking perfume after it. Talk to her? God's shithouse. Should have taken it down like they did in Grad. Dismantled it for firewood.
All around you, the air slowly circulates the islet, carrying little swallows and black-beaked seagulls in its slow drift. They all, every one of them, every bird, mammal, and crustacean. The cold dissipates. The old man watches you carefully.
How did it go? Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. A little tremor passes through him. It was dear to him. He resents forgetting it.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol.
So he's an old-ass communist from the war that life has not been good for him.
I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07. trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties. 43 years. No. I've been on other islands too. I was an Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. 43 years and 10 months. It's not how a human being should live, but I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't. He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where evening comes, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, hydrogen streetlights switch on, casting black shadows. Further inland, the street grid appears dark. Unlit avenue after unlit avenue. The temperature is dropping. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting for her to return.
Her who?
Girl child, revolution.
She better come. I too have given my life to Mazovian socioeconomics.
A waste. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try. What? It's not an island. What? It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol.
It's fine. We're gonna go through everything.
And I am its last surviving defender. The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world. Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. Sure you are. You're our CM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow? You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis.
The Iblis trigger? Sonic 06?
The black-eyed angel.
Shaitan Ahura, the darkened one.
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too. You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took for reaction to take hold. Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men. It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08. 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like...
It feels like he has, like,
like
survivor's
it
guilt.
formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Like, the night before the operation, he deserts. A lapse of faith, a lapse of, courage. Comes back the next day to see the horrors of war. And can't forgive himself.
The combined might of international capital.
That's
all
at least what I'm
once,
getting from this.
All the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol.
Also seems like he's the
It
murderer,
lifted
but why?
streets
I have
from
no
the
idea.
ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring. Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above.
Damn.
The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human.
Now is not the time, Lieutenant Yefreto.
I had to. I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore.
Hey, this is the are you the killer? So we're gonna get through everything else.
How does anyone survive? I steal. Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Good for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide
Damn.
medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
You also have Druamine.
I have been running out of that stuff. I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno? At least you know it. The traders of this city turned the lights back on in the 30s, after the fighting stopped. Ruins, glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Coal City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead. At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just... So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right? Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers.
Jesus.
I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
So 3 people have killed themselves in that basement.
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground. I do. They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century. I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing. An old man looks inland at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it, the new bâtiment twinkling in the evening sky.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. Rock and roll posturing. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste Insolente. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
No, I am not a soldier. I'm an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army. Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
He was like a cleric, a shepherd.
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
He nods slowly, then another tremor.
No, you're not. You're a liberast. All the real communists are dead. They died fighting for communism. Are you dead? No. You're an inert lumpen with a gun.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
Composure? Where's composure? Right here. Might as well. Yeah, that makes it even.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangon, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze.
Okay.
His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild. Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated. It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair. You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move,
it's almost like
unsaid,
he's what Harry could
even,
be if
not
Harry
senile.
continued to be on this path he's on as he gets older.
Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
You said you take painkillers.
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses Not enough money for a greedy doctor.
That's a little too real.
He is indeed very lucid at times. It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
Like some kind of decadent rock star.
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns.
He's just
as
absolutely
if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
Oh my god, electrochemistry, please.
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Druss. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die.
Jesus.
I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that, jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons, eh? Going against automatic rifles with a flame bomb. Of course you got all those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen.
Yup.
He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? 4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it. Good.
Alright, that's the murder weapon.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder. This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
So
you had that. You've been here.
I'm ready.
He's practically admitting to it.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Classia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up. You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Doras.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Corbeil, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Drama.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood. Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights, both of them, him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death and
Good
that
fucking
stupid
Lord.
look on his face. And his dick still in her. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own.
Did he just kill him because he was just ready to die at this point? He just didn't care anymore, and he's like, "Fuck it, I'm at the end of my rope. I got some ammunition. I know he's a fascist. I'ma shoot him."
And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
It has nothing to do with the labor dispute. Had nothing to do with Wild Pines. Had nothing to do with Clase. Had nothing to do with Everett. We just happened. It just happened to happen. Like, he just happened to shoot somebody at like the worst time in the middle of a ton of fucking shit happening in this place.
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
He was just the spark that set off a giant, a powder keg that had been waiting for a spark to explode.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it.
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange
They were definitely
vengeance seems to
druggies.
fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put, put, put of hatred.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst. Because of the racists, everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that social democratic
Okay, so he
union
is not like
and
Everett.
the farce of a social democrat who runs it. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Wow, man, this guy just hates everything. This man is a perpetual hater.
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no.
Yois.
The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform. throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too.
Anybody want to tell him that Renee died? Renee's dead.
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Kwayamorang, or some other island they built.
Kuno would just be like, Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Feeding on drugs.
Kuno don't
and
give a
having
shit.
sex with their own children.
Jesus Christ.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor. I remember
I'm just gonna let him go off on his tangent,
I remember
man.
him from Lanos. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Truss. Shoot me. Not yet. I like to look at him strut around.
He's dead, by the
place
way.
Crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Do we get to tell him that Renee is dead?
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
No. I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Druss. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it. All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this world.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You tried to think of something else, but no. It's just hatred.
Fuck you. You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen.
I apologized and got told myself to fuck off.
All the other plans we had, to love, to colonize the Pale, it's all fucked.
You were not going to seriously colonize the Pale. That was never a realistic thing.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
Frizzell the First, Philip the Second. What's the difference? Syphilitic murderers, the lot. I don't want to think about those things anymore. I'm tired of all of it. I don't want to talk about goddamn social democrats. Traitors is all they are. Brain dead.
Renee still presses on his mind.
I don't even care about those whores anymore. Get it over with. Take me in.
Renee must have been quite a loss for him. Maybe you could still get him to talk about things that don't require as much rage, because it's not there anymore.
Wow. Telling him about Renee, like...
Glad we
took all of his anger out.
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that. Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it...
Good God!
I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But... you can't have everything.
He wants to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Feld building. It was dark, still winter.
When she hid her
didn't
documents.
have a skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Feld building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
I know it's just the British slang for a cigarette, but it still bothers me.
And beautiful.
That, too.
How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark.
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on right there. She needed it just to move. Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
After she was gone.
So he took the documents.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No.
Oh.
Why would I?
So they did just...
I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back.
It's okay, they just
If I wanted to
watched
extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises, you can't make that out in a scope.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
It quickly comes to you.
Critical success.
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Whoa!
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
What the this guy is fucked up. So he didn't even really kill... I mean, part of it is he killed him because he did... The one, he hates fascists because he's a communist. But two, like, he went to creepy lengths to be watching Clause.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Like that, too? Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass. I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny. Yes, that, too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop?
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know.
He just had a
15
spare
years
key.
ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand, silks flowing in her wake. See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air, burning.
The world is insane. There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. It helps if you have your eye on something there. Something pretty. It's weakness, I know. Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something. Woman.
And inexplicably, it doesn't go with his pained voice.
her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she? I haven't seen her there for days. Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week, at the island, like she knew. She'd look, at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol.
Jesus.
The oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne Central Aerodrome.
This is a
cocoon
really, I mean,
suspended
it's the
in
last
sky
conversation of the
by
game,
a
I'm
web of
assuming.
suspension
But it's
wiring,
really long.
encircled by hybrid aircraft. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south.
She fled and has gone south. Got it.
Smaller, distant, hidden. Not like the great chandeliers she sees sparkle in the dusk below her. Streets, towers, tenements, and cold water. Across the water, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible.
Makes me wonder what happens if you arrest her. Yeah, it is a combination of those two things. And then everything else on top of it, that this actions of his just happened to happen at the worst possible time. When a powder keg was ready to explode in this town.
There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a sea fort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing.
Definitely a bit of I don't want to say incel, but just definite old person lonely rage.
He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice
Sounds good,
off
Tengu.
as the 3 walk down the jetty. As the men go,
I
Patrol
can't imagine
Officer
there's
Minot looks
much
back over
longer
her
now.
shoulder at the crumbling fortification, like a rotten tooth rising out of the water.
Yeah.
Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this. The old man has fallen silent, staring at your feet. The burnt logs in the fire are moist from the sea air.
There's 2 more main conversations after this. I can't imagine they're as long as this, though.
His lip curls into...
Glad we talked about what?
Oh, you're under arrest, so...
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are
Don't tell
forming on his
cops
forehead.
things. Great.
Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
How's my perception? Oh, I could level it up. I'm not gonna risk it.
There it is again, to your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other, but then, in the middle of it, something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat. What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
We're gonna have to take a break soon. What the fuck?
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
How is he ever gonna trap that thing in the trap he was placing? The thing is gigantic! He was never gonna catch that with the traps he was using. That is one big-ass cryptid. Also, what the fuck? Why is this even here? What is happening?
It's still there. An unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see.
Yeah, we're not crazy. Kim can see it.
But that means it's really there.
It's real.
Spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Don't like the sound it's making, though. It's bothering me.
Be very, very careful.
Thanks, autosave. Alright, yeah, this is a great time for a break, because when we come back, well, I think the next section is the last section, and we're done. So, I'm gonna stand up and stretch. I'm gonna get a little more water. When I come back, we're gonna finish the game and deal with this giant bug thing. Alrighty then. Be right back. Alright, hi, I'm back. Hello. Let's go ahead and finish this game, and it's weird, and there's a giant bug.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
If I didn't do any of the side quest with, like, the cryptid stuff, does this still happen? Can you imagine how weird this must have been for somebody who didn't do any of that and went, what the fuck?
The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
You have less options? Okay.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out.
Lick the
Its
bug.
motions are quick, sudden.
What's up, Book?
Understood. Of course.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
Thank God.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water. The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence. As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own.
This is so weird.
They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you.
Praying to me?
The reed creature does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you, parting the reeds it emerged from. Tuft-like structures still rustle on its joints. Perhaps it is preparing to eat its god. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth.
I'm pressing my
along with
luck, I
what
feel
appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
I exist.
Oh, it talks. Oh, it talks. What the fuck? What the fuck? No, what? No.
Tell me what it's like for you. What is your illness? For me, it is not like that. I have states, not the emotions. For example, I experience excitement at unexpected sugar rewards. But that is not important. Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist. Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my
I found my
forearm.
new wife.
All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing.
Truly
I
invincible.
certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache. Are you sure? Sometimes, when molting, I regrow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced a missing antenna. Yes, the leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk. Yes, thankfully someone ate it. The next time I molded, I grew an antenna again. Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily. You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Wait, so
Yes, they don't mind. Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke
Oh
up
my
at
God.
the wrong time. It was an accident. I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulindian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molting, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the Suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials
What
of
is
the
happening?
occupation. Even the Samanese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw,
me.
district of Martinez, March 51. No, you are the miracle. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness, a volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not.
And now it's talking
There is
about the
an almost
Pale?
unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants.
that you are going to destroy us all. It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
Alright, you know what this reminds me of? Has anybody played Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey? It's like that. That's what the Pale is like. And it has its own place in some kind of philosophical shit. It's not... It literally is explained in like the immediate beginning of the game. I think even in the opening video. But something like the Pale exists in that game that's like growing over Earth. But it has its own roots, like the Pale. Hope you like warp puzzles, because I don't, and that's why I stopped playing that game. Warp puzzles suck. But there is like a thing with like this like philosophical idea of like a man-made kind of void that is ever growing. But it has to tie in with the human psyche.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident. We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing.
What?
Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget? So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed. No, you are awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real. So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration, very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
It doesn't look like that, no. You're just staring at it. Okay. Is it somehow related to the case? I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
No, there is one more. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class. She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Damn. The bug is just like, yo, your ex-wife? She was fucking trash, bro. Just move on. And I'm like, you know what, Bug? I will move on. Thank you, Bug. I love you. Be my bug wife. We can have bug babies.
The is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot.
Don't shoot!
Here we go.
Oh, you mean the
3,
camera.
2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
For all time. The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning! A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening.
I do not want it to
wave by
collapse.
wave from its stupor. Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think. The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the kiting curls
I
into
can
a
see
spiral,
why people wouldn't
the
like
tip
it,
of a
because it is
poison
kind of
ivy.
fucking
Its
weird.
touch on your
But
fingertip
you know what? This
feels
whole
cold,
game is fucking
ticklish.
weird. Like, the whole game is fucking weird.
The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body.
Sure.
It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The
I
creature
trust
in
the
front
bug.
of you stays frozen.
I trust the bug.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you.
I have
tufts of
licked
reeds
the
pointed from
fluids.
head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water. Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you. As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
Goodbye, bug wife.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across
Yeah.
the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water.
And even failure in itself is part of the process. Like when you fail checks, that you still get different outcomes. Like it's not the end of the world, it's not the end of the game for the most part, unless you kill yourself or something. And how you kind of deal with that. And so, like a game like this, I wouldn't want to save scum, because it's not really in the theme of the game.
And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone. Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look. Apparently, yes, like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What now? In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
He ain't doing so well. The passport. The helmet. And the rifle scope. Well, there was the helmet for the armor. So, the bug wife did say that the bug liked to play with the buoys, so that makes sense that they would have the passport. Let's look at Clause's passport.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Yeah.
Classia's hidden documents from the empty boy.
Yeah, I would agree with that book. Like, that's a fun way to do the second playthrough. I'm glad I went into this, like, completely not knowing anything. I literally didn't even know what kind of game this was. All I knew is the people told me that it's really good, which it is, and that it's like Baldur's Gate meets Investigations. And I'm like, okay, I like those things. I love investigation games. But yeah, like, going through this and not save scumming, which I'm so glad I didn't do. Because, like, my playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 that I'm still playing right now, I save scum the shit out of that. But, like, a game like this absolutely feels good to not save scum.
It's Clausia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow.
Fall forward philosophy, I really like,
Old
yeah.
photo, before life came and did what it does.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith. Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us one more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now. Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classius, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or... Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
There were times where I would put on equipment that would put me above the threshold. And then, it's like, it would hit. And that was cool. The one, like, my one small, tiny little criticism is I wish I could be able to have loadouts for my clothing to min-max stats. But that is such a nothing burger at the end of the day that it really isn't even, like, worth even mentioning as like a small little critique. Yeah, and you get so many pluses from doing things. Yeah, they don't want you to min-max the stats, but, you know, we're still gonna do it.
By now, the lieutenant has accepted your unusual methods.
I almost wouldn't be shocked if there's a mod that does it on PC. I mean, I'm on PC, but, like, there probably is a mod for it.
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island, and the scope. Maybe
Absolutely.
Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious.
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point. I don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Alazie, or Clasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective.
Yeah, unfortunately, it'll be the only game they make.
Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her.
Ironically
Who knows
enough,
what hell she'd be
capitalism.
raising in my district by now.
So that's the sniper. That's the scope for the sniper. And there's the helmet. We never got the leg. We never got the feet. We never were able to get the feet, the boots off the body. Alright, let's finish it.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
I mean, there was also the whole thing in-game about the failed game development, which is really funny because when you realize that they had other failed projects, that was them kind of self-owning themselves.
Something is very wrong with him now.
See.
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond.
Dude, he
keeps staring.
His brain
black
is
eyes glazed
gone.
over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing. Like an addict of some terrible substance. The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Yeah, that's pretty
Between
Disco
this and the
Elysium.
broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
Damn.
The last embers have gone out. The war is over.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dras could
So
have
if you
picked it up.
had the
Phasmid
find
even.
all the armor
If it
pieces
did, this is incredible.
task, and you had all the armor pieces except for the helmet, this is where that ends, which is kind of funny.
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
I could see where some people might be annoyed with this ending, besides the Phasmid thing. Where, like, the killer was, like, somebody that wasn't, like... It wasn't like a big twist, like, it was Clauset the entire time. Because we're so, like, accustomed to the twist ending. I actually kind of like that this isn't a twist ending. That it was just a series of events that were unfortunate timing. Like, yeah, I like that. Not everything has to be some kind of, like, a murder mystery. Yeah, it's an RPG. It's not a murder mystery. Right? If I want to play a murder mystery, I'm going to play The Somnium Files. I'll play an Utrakoshi game. That's murder mystery. That's your twists, your turns. You're like, oh. I'm glad this game didn't do that.
The spirit.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
I lost.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
Oh, absolutely.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid?
It's like, also like, don't worry, I love a good murder mystery. I love a good murder mystery. I love, like, Agatha Christie stuff. I love The Somnium Files. I love Phoenix Wright. I love those, like, you know, like, finding the killer kind of thing, like that. I'm glad this like, filled a different want. Like, a different category. It was good. It was really good.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dras. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being. The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
Old age and shock. Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
Bug withdrawal.
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke.
Then he
Quite a
stared
few
too long into
things
the
about
void.
that health check you did on him make sense now.
You should be more careful, Detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you? Are you sure? You were looking at it for a long time, almost as if you were hypnotized. Were you hypnotized? A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, Detective. You mean pheromonal? The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Oranje? I see what you mean. Like a drug? His pupils appeared to be dilated. They still are. He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse. He does not seem to be animated now it's left.
He was on
Honestly,
bug drugs.
I'm ready to believe anything at this point.
I wouldn't be on
Maybe
bug drugs.
it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall. That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dross.
No response.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it. Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect
Bug drugs would be a
pretending
great
to be the
username. It would be a
reeds?
great band name. Bug drugs.
The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is...
I had a
defense for
couple of
nurse.
conversations with Joyce.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting
She was
him.
a top 5
Like he
character
didn't
for
want to
me.
leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
True.
We should think about getting back to the mainland.
The
To get help.
Return. Oh.
He'll be safe here, if we don't take too long.
That's a good name for the task. The Return. Alright. I guess we head back to the boat then? As I've just got 2 pistols hanging out.
The skiff is swaying on the waves.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you.
Probably the cops.
2 men and
Yep.
a woman
Yep.
stand on the concrete square of
Our
a
cops.
nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought him. I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
I know.
This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
That's right. And you're some kind of murder machine. Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton. Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several occasions.
Convince them to keep
I'm
you
your
as a
goddamn
cop.
partner, Jean Vicomar.
I don't think it's gonna
and this
work.
is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
Not a naughty
But this
boy.
is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
I don't want Kim to leave me.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets. Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
Oh.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells? Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trent fucking Heilerstam, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show. Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Baby is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay. Do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
Okay.
Yes, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I never said I wasn't Trent Heilerstam. Mikhail? Mikhail is my son. No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
Him being there with his son, it was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And also interested in the Feld building.
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s. Like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on. The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went. Strange. He didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look saved at all. There was a giant aerograffito in front of the building. It was on fire. I knew it. Didn't I tell you, Trant? I told you it was our shit, kid.
The line is from Lu Jiatun's Mirova 82, isn't it? About girl-child communism, the titular returning character, the ghostly apparition of...
I'm gonna burn down
Good
everything.
choice, Harry.
Don't encourage him, Trant.
Okay.
You. Shit, kid. That's you.
Maybe you've deserved it.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Did you? Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Judging by the familiarity you feel toward him, 2 years minimum? Or maybe a short but close stint on the task force.
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
Why would you leave a literal police god?
You were crying hysterically. You were drunk, breaking things, being emotionally abusive. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told us to. Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Yes, I'm still Kim Kisuragi, still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
Pale is growing. That is very true.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage, Detective God. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, Pal, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
It was the pale. The pale did it.
Corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain. Sure. This theory has great symmetry.
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vicmere. It's Martinez.
Crabman is an unfortunate choice of words, but I was there. The church on the coast shook from an audio-spatial anomaly. It may have been anthroponetic, or perhaps related to radio waves. Either way, I have put this into my report. You should read it.
I love
I do
the
not,
pale.
however, think
The
it has
pale is
anything
great.
to do with him drinking himself to the point of brain damage.
Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think Isolari and Troponetics are a hoax. Pale produces global phenomena. It's proven. However, what has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Commodore Red. Honestly, I think he's just lying to us.
But Detective Vigmere, he has blanked out before. Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders.
Two drunks case.
One was after the two drugs case.
Okay.
The other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect. Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input.
Oh no! Oh no! I think it's crashing again. I think it crashed. It won't let me click anything. Yup. Yup. Nope. Why did it close again? Why did it crash again? Alright, we can get there. It's just we're gonna have to do this like mash through text. That's the second time tonight it's done that. It's already almost 1 in the morning on a work night. Fuck me. Wait for it to load. Let's go all the way back. Oh my god, we have to go all the way back. Well. God damn it. Yeah, plus it crashed twice. We'll just mash the dialogue, it's fine.
The skiff is swaying on the wave.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff, but 2 men. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide. I want to also you.
Whatever. This is the man with sung.
That's right. And you're some guy. Oh, really? They don't seem actually.
Vic, come.
We're not forget.
Hello.
I'm your gut special.
Hi.
We've come to.
Lieutenant, we might.
As if he.
But this is clearly a departmental matter.
It's good to.
Letting the lieutenant know.
Harry, we want.
My back.
No, Trump.
What does he. Shit, kid. What an.
You.
Maybe you've
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us were you. Strange. He didn't mention that. I knew it.
The line is from.
Don't encourage.
Okay.
Guilty, and it was.
He was too sarcastic for.
Did you?
Judging by the familiarity you feel toward him. 2 years.
Yes. I'm Mikhail. Mikhail. No.
Him being there with his son.
What indeed?
He's here to see if you're insane. Duped? Hey.
Yes.
Still caught up in this crossfire.
Yeah. Major, refresh your Oh, fuck you. Oh, that's other people do.
The 41st isn't.
God damn. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style.
It wasn't.
Fuck you, Harry. You work. None of us wanted to see the bit. The bears.
Well.
Meaning.
Is this
interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theory.
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vic Mayer. It's Martinez.
Crabman, either way.
Thank you. All the dialogue we just did.
What else?
Really quickly.
Detective, yes, a couple.
So you.
Interest.
What do you mean?
Well, look at the ruins. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension? Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Tequila sunset. Jump the canal. So funny, Harry. Thank you for fucking me. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of my payslip. You know that, right? You're gonna get fired, and I'm gonna pay till I die. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Whew.
Not today, badge.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements. What is it with all these material objects?
I don't care about your collection, you hoarding freak. Is one of them your service weapon? I only want to know about that one gun. He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone. So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week and he's handled an actual corpse.
I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape. A
I
certain
did kind of let
class
Kaze
because you
escape,
were
I did.
too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Oh, well, if you let her go, I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect who shot herself in the head. Or the fact that you're Everett Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 6 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been. Detective, it's better if I do that.
It's so much better if he does this. A million times better.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder.
I'm very sorry, Cobb.
It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
An apologetic communist.
You should yell something.
The RCM consists of policemen of the state that is, so a little discrepancy there. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
We did do that.
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo and shows it to the officers across the yard. Thick white snow falls all around you. Flakes stick to the glossy photo of the phasmid. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
I got a flaunt, baby. Boom shakalaka, motherfucker.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective? The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
I mean, you're supposed to say this.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich,
Man, I'm gonna
Lasovich,
have to
etc.
take another break.
The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so
Once we
they
finish
used
this in 3
matronyms,
minutes.
derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trond. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
Possibly induced. But even without that, this man spent 50 years on the islands in the bay.
Nice.
In solitude, loathing what Revachol has become.
We're almost done.
There's plenty for
I
prosecution
didn't know
to
this
pick
was gonna
from
go this
in terms
long.
of motive. Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died, right on the island, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
I love how I'm still getting experience.
Way more.
I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and work. In bouts. Bouts don't last. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there, like in your bones or something. It will pass in time.
Yes, yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue.
Yeah, we're just like recapping
I had Tilbrook and
everything.
Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
I don't know what a Doom commercial area is. Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
There was a fridge we needed and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church. Get a grip. No one cares about your anthroponetic adventures right now.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
How? It seems to be ongoing. I see red banners on the gates.
He didn't quite solve it. He cross-pollinated information between the company rep and Evrard, until the rep came to see that the Union desires war. At which point Mrs. Messier decided to...
What? Hand clear the terminal? Sounds like you got played, Harry. Because you were off your tits on Al Ghul. It doesn't matter how we know about Al Ghul. What matters is, you're Everett Clare's peony now. Just as I said. He's a mob boss, did you know?
It's not quite like that. The move allowed us to stabilize things here. It was not bad for Martinez, and we don't owe anyone anything.
Okay.
Silence. Good. The man doesn't know what to say.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates. Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it.
Alright.
It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
It could maybe roll it, like a dung beetle.
We're gonna run another set of ads. When I come back, we'll actually finish. But I can't snooze these anymore, so we gotta take this break. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's finish this. Alright.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so? Mm-hmm. Then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation. Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
In his mind, he's already planning a nature reserve and knows a good guy for that.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Oh! Oh! Interesting.
Without it,
I did not catch that from Kim.
You're doing good here.
Huh.
Perhaps only for a moment, but still.
You missed the question. You meet Kuno's dad.
Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
I have no idea where that was at all.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
The game dunks in her for obsessing over his own sexuality.
Now you will finally get to know who you are. The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
No. You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
I told you it's not that bad.
Cool.
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one
But
prison.
yeah, thanks, Flat, for
You're
hanging
just
out for
understaffed.
this
And everyone
playthrough.
respects the 41st.
I appreciate it.
You have Captain Price.
This has been a really fun playthrough. I really like this game.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
True.
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Neat.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He's
Yeah, they're
anything but a
losers.
loser. Although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic though, Torson and McLean.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage. Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
Okay.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant. It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Dubois? It was Dora Engelund, I think. You've said her name, but you weren't married. You were engaged. No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was
you never got
way
married.
before my time.
Okay.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one. Incredibly bangable. She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is going down. It's time to go home.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east.
It's
Hard to
almost
say which
midnight.
came
The
first.
sun is going
the middle-class
down. It's
chick or
sun's
the
been
drink.
down.
Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that. Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
I know.
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair. The fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is, and how you're able to perform a 360-degree spin kick too.
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy.
This is amazing.
And this guy too. God, even this javelin throwing freak here.
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries and incredible hope.
In your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then. Yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat.
Those who
and
can't
glue,
do, teach. Those
the
who
warm
can't teach,
floorboards.
teach gym.
Kuro is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field or the sports building.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher. Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain. Detective, We just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Le retour.
Perhaps. There are people who say the zone of control will not hold up long. They are not on the radio yet, but there are parties out there.
Yes. I hear worries from systems
interesting.
analyst in Vespa and Messina. International risk departments in Pangs. People like that.
We've been hearing whispers in Jamrock too, ever since fall. I agree that something is happening. People are tense. I hear a fan spinning, fast. Something
Wow, there's
is
like a
about to hit
setup
it.
for after this that we're never gonna know about, we'll never learn, but the implication is that probably war.
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering. Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. And crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to
Probably
finish
in
the
here.
sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one. But he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is
Aw,
coming,
yeah,
Jamrock
we're
will
getting
be
Kim
more
to join
central
the
to it
party.
than the
Let's
harbor.
go.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Recruit Detective Kim Kitsuragi. Let's go.
He's really considering it.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the night sky, the great district sleeps. A chessboard of old wooden houses in the snow. 80,000 living souls inside. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41 atop the motorway. To Boogie Street glowing on the horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come.
Jesus Christ.
It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course.
What?
Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Heidelstein, no.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Yeah, that's interesting. But you'll never know the world building. It's just 1 week in this universe. We can still push for something better, yeah. Interesting. What a fucking amazing game. Man. Yeah, I need to go to bed too. Night flat. I'll be back tomorrow night with something. I don't know yet. I might start Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. I may do something else. I may do Stars. I may do Sea of Stars tomorrow night. Just to get some extra time in that game before Persona 3 comes out. Because when Persona 3 Reload comes out, that'll be our Saturday game for a while. So I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow, but yeah, this game, a fucking 10 out of 10. Like it's I don't know if I can say 10 out of 10. I don't know if I can say perfect, but like 9.5 at least. Like this game is fucking amazing. I'm so glad I played it. Wonderfully done. Like the voice acting is amazing, the writing was phenomenal, and it held up the entire time through. I liked the ending. I love the world building. I love all of the little weird things that your brain does with the shivers or esprit de decor or perception. It's just it scratches an itch. And it's a good itch, and it's a good scratch. Yeah, can I skip credits? No, that's fine. Escape maybe? Nope. Alright, anyway. That's gonna be it for me. I'm gonna let the credits roll, but yeah. Thanks for watching. I appreciate y'all for sticking around with this playthrough. I had a good time. I really like this. I'm gonna have everything, I'm gonna try to get everything highlighted in the VODs by the weekend, and then I can start putting up on, Everclear and Egghead have the same VA? Oh, that's funny. I'm gonna try to get everything uploaded to YouTube. So, yeah. And thank you for watching. I'm gonna find us a stream to say hi to. Let's see who's live.